Howdy, y'all. I am sorry I am late, although it doesn't seem that any harm was caused. Nobody waiting in the wings, so to speak. Orion is making himself known early in the evening. Orion. I know what the problem is, y'all. The window is open. Hey, Kristen. How are you? What is new in your life, my dear? I had a glorious afternoon. One of my children came over and we had waffles, and that's always lovely. Hey, Bill, how are you? I need to check my lipstick. I think some lip gloss. I was just talking about how I had a lovely afternoon. Muslim Christian debates can be fascinating to listen to, Kristen. There we go. That's a little better. Muslim Christian debates can be fascinating to listen to, especially if you have good theologians. So, my eldest son and his girlfriend came over, and I had purchased a lovely pre-roll as a 420 celebration. And I have to say, this had to have been the best pre-roll I have ever had. it was like going from the bottom shelf vodka to drinking top shelf scotch. This was the difference between what I'm accustomed to and what I had today. It was something else. I have to say, it wasn't whole. It was, words cannot express how nice this pre-roll was, y'all. They call you DJ Easter Blaze in the Christian EDM scene. The name, Kristen, I don't have it. It must be outside. It was very, very, very good. Is James White an interesting theologian, Adam, that I should write his name down? Kristen, Cricket is sick today. And so, yeah, I wrote it down to check it out too, Kristen. Adam's recommendations always bear writing down to check it out. Cricket is sick today, so I don't have any artwork. I don't have a first in award or a third Minnesota goodbye because we don't have a cricket for today. So I am not sure what I'm gonna do, Kristen. Maybe I'll have to send you more fudge. Maybe we'll have to do that. We will see. We will see if I last. Guys, it is coming up on 420. What have I got? I've got this fancy disposable. James White is a Reformed Baptist elder who often, interesting. Adam, you did. You sent me amazing artwork. It made my morning. Thank you so much. Do you want me to show it? Adam sent me the most lovely thing. Pardon me. The most adorable thing. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. Find y'all again. There you are. No, I don't want to use it for a prize, Adam. It's mine. It's mine. David Wood, Muhammad Hijab, Unproductive Debate, Sign of Returning Christ, Mahdi. Bill, if that is a secret code, I am not deciphering it. Sign of Returning Christ, Mahdi, Hijab. I mean, I understand a lot of those words. I don't want to use it for a prize, Adam. I want to show it off to everybody. I can show it, right? Hey, Big Chief. How are you, sweetie? I'm going to show it. That's what Adam sent me. Look at that. In tribute to Orion. How are you doing, Big Chief? I was just talking about this glorious, absolutely glorious pre-roll that I got for 420 to share with my family. And it was enough to put me off these cheap cartridges. Not that I buy cheap cartridges. I don't buy cheap cartridges, but that pre-roll was like going from the bottom shelf tasteless vodka to top shelf whiskey for in one fell swoop. Isn't it cute, Kristen? It's adorable. The best pre-roll, the best joint, the best high, that thing, that joint, I can still taste how buttery it was. It's so nice. Knock and Jimmy Swaggart deserve each other? Then I don't wanna watch. I like watching theologians debate who are really engaged and chewing on the issues rather than trying to go at loggerheads. I always found it really interesting. I grew up Unitarian, and I grew up Unitarian, and have watched Christians engaging with Muslims and Unitarians freaking out because one or the other is like being too evangelizing. But really, it's the Unitarian just freaking out about the evangelizing because the Christian and the Christian and the Muslim both forgive the evangelizing of the other because they expect the evangelizing of the other. Denominational differences make for different debates. Yes, indeed. Being Reformed Baptist changes the trajectory of the arguments. I mean, Naik can say that. There should be no Sunni or Shia, just Muslim, because all Islam is Islam. This is true. Technically, Kristen. However, the reality, this is like saying there is no Catholic, there is no Catholic or Protestant, just Christian. There is no Catholic or Protestant, just Christian. I mean, yes, this is true. How are you doing, Brian? It is good to see you. It is, oh, we missed it, y'all. It is 421. Happy 420, everybody. I am so sorry. That I cannot share with you this amazing joint that we had. Oh my goodness, it was good. Oh my goodness, head blowingly, earth shatteringly good. Inter-Christian apologetics is fun. Like I said, Catholic or Protestant, I mean, they're all Christians. Oh, Brian, dealing with a dog who hates thunderstorms and it's thundering out, so you're not in the best of the moods at the moment. I can imagine. I can imagine. Just to find a Christian who can win a debate? Well, it I mean, it depends on your definition of win, I guess, Kristen. Trent Horn, Nick Fuentes beef on Catholic internet? Wow. You know, guys, when my kids were over this afternoon, oh, Brian, she tries to climb into the bookshelf. Poor girl. Poor girl. The She must be terrified. Oh, good, Kristen. So my kids came over, like I said, and we were scrolling through YouTube for some reason, and a video came up, and I was like, "Who the hell is this guy? I've never heard of this guy." But he was performing Bohemian Rhapsody at Coachella. So I was like, this guy must be somebody important. Who is he? Eldest, child number 1. Who is he? Used to like thunderstorms. I love thunderstorms. I like the smell. This guy is Benson Boone. You guys go so deep. Face Lickers Anonymous. I really appreciated it, Adam. It really did make my morning. I am sorry I didn't get back to you, but I had a little bit of a busy day. So what else happened today, y'all? Was there do we still have a planet? The world has not melted down. We are all did it take a break for 420 and Easter? I know Brian May was playing with him, brain fog. I noticed that. My kid was like, "Who is this guy?" Yeah, I was like, "Who's the young guy?" And my kid was like, "Who's the old guy?" Oh, thank you, Adam. I'd love more. You guys have to see the lovely picture Adam made for me. Did you make it with AI, Adam? Adam sent this to me, and I just thought it was the most adorable thing ever. How are you doing, brain fog? So I thought it was adorable. The true position represented by Brother Peter Diamond unites cities and unites. Okay. Y'all are way over my head. Way over my head. No martial law. Now what? We didn't get martial law? Or we did get martial law? I haven't, I have been engaged with family and off the internets almost all day, except for my escapade into Brian Boone and Chapel Roan, who I did know about, and a bunch of other folks that I will get the names of. I told my eldest that we should do reaction videos where he shows current. One reason Scientology is such a mess is because they don't engage. No, they're always navel gazing at him. They just run in. It's like because they're so focused internally on self-auditing that they introspect so far that they're totally navel gazing. It's at least what it looks like to me. I don't know. You tell me if I'm wrong. But it's this extreme sort of navel gazing that never acknowledges the reality of the outside world and continually reifies this internal experience. It's Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift. Um, he did have me watching some Taylor Swift or some Sabrina Carpenter, and I really liked her. He had me watch a video with her. Um, it's a girlfriend video. It's a video about warring girlfriends who then the boyfriend dies and they make friends. Any honest Scientology apologetics would require a steep gradient and lead to a pneumonia outbreak. Yes, Bill. Absolutely. So he's gonna send me. I'm gonna make him send me the list of the names, but it's very interesting. I did not like you said, Brian May was playing with him. I did not like the Jenna Ortega. Yes, Adam. Jenna Ortega. Thank you. Thank you. I am not up to date. I am not up to date. I am severely out of date and I need to. Gaga did Bad Romance. Chapel Roan reminds me of Gaga and Prince and Culture Club and Dolly. I'm really impressed with Chapel. Look at that. Wasn't that beautiful? Big Chief, things have been good. I saw you said you've been blessed. I always like to hear that, man. Sabrina Carpenter and Jenna Ortega, those sound like AI generation generated names of anti-Scientologists. I kind of liked Sabrina Carpenter and Jenna Ortega. I was impressed with the both of them. You guys, have I mentioned how amazing that joint I had this afternoon was? Oh my goodness. I if I could remember the name, I would tell you. Oh, maybe I have it. Decibel Decibel whole note. Decibel whole note. Sabrina Carpenter is Nancy Cartwright's niece? Is she really, Adam? Hey, Lori. I did not realize that. I did not realize that. Hold on. Hold the phone. Wow. Let me look it up really quick, Kristen. Hold on just a second. I will find it for you. I know exactly I know exactly what I need to do. Hmm. Can't find it for you, Kristen. Decibel Farms. It was Decibel Farms. 411. Tiny. Teensy tiny. What is it with all these teensy tiny girls? Yeah. They are kind of cute when they're that little. One of my child number 4 has a friend who is that tiny. No bigger than a minute, that one. No bigger than a minute. She might be 5 foot on a good day. So, have we had a reasonable day of breathing and nothing happening in the news cycle? I feel awfully pink and white today. I'm not sure what it is with my makeup. I am not liking it. I was enjoying the performances. The Boone Fellow did not oh, that's what I was gonna talk about. The Boone Fellow was performing at Coachella with Brian May. I was not impressed. She wears lots of platforms. Your Scottish grandma was 4'11". Yeah, they can be spitfires, those 4'11" ones. Did it? Seriously, Adam. Sid, welcome in. It's a pleasure to have you. Short people live longer? Really, Bilf? Is that a statistical reality? I can sort of see that. Fatter people live longer too, believe it or not. Thank you, Sid. I appreciate it. Thanks for the correction. Happy 420 indeed, Lori. And happy Easter as well as the flowers suggest. It is a time of spring. King Victor Emmanuel of Italy was 5 feet tall. We were talking a little bit about music, Big Chief. My define give me a better definition for great, because that's not that's not how I would that's not the adjective I would use to describe his hair, Bill. Big Chief, my son was over and this video of this young man at Coachella came up on my YouTube feed, Benson Boone. And so, since my son was sitting there, I asked him, who is this Benson Boone guy? Turns out that this guy, that Mr. Boone, Benson, grew up in the same town that my son was born in. And so we watched his video. I watched the video of him doing Bohemian Rhapsody. Pop, Big Chief. Pop music. So we watched this Benson Boone fella do Bohemian Rhapsody, and I was not impressed. So my son took me to watch his actual song, which I have heard and I actually like. I didn't realize it was this young man. Anyhow, so this young man has talent, Benson Boone. He just doesn't have talent performing Bohemian Rhapsody. And so that that took us down a rabbit hole of watching Sabrina Carpenter and Chappell Roan and a couple other people whose names I can't recall. So it was a afternoon of Show the Gen Xer. It was an afternoon of reaction videos with the Gen Xer who's not up to date on current cultural trends. Does that make sense now, Big Chief? I'm showing my ignorance on current music trends. COB has a Kim Jong Il hair configuration. Kim couldn't rock it. He's no Pat Boone. I'm not impressed with his hair. I don't get we have eclectic conversations around here. We flit. What is the sound of music? We faintly flitly flee. Yeah, we flitter around from topic to topic. Right down lowly. Yeah, you mentioned her 3 times now, madam. I will write her down. Lola Young. Okay, I should. You're telling me I should do Gen Xer reaction videos? It's too bad we can't just do them just straight right now. It's really interesting to watch the artists and see the trend lines um calling back through history. Howdy. Thumbs up. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Seeing seeing all of the artists coming together. It's like Chapel is just a different iteration of Lady Gaga. You were hooked the day I said I enjoyed blunts. Oh, Big Chief, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. This Big Chief, man, I have to tell you, this weed I smoked today, it was good enough to put me off cheap stuff forever. Forever. Yeah, it was very nice. Beyond and the sociolinguistics too. Yes, we are an eclectic bunch, aren't we? We should be doing some homework today. I've got to tear apart another article. Um, this class is just killing me. I'm making a note, Adam. Okay, do I need to go into it cold, Adam? Or can I do some research on who David Green is? I miss the days before legal weed when you had to call a guy named Head Dog and it tasted like a tire. You knew he sold you the wrong bag and you were in for a stressful afternoon. This pot, ah, this pot was, I paid for this joint. It was not inexpensive. It was not inexpensive, but it was definitely worth the $50. I have not had quite that good a joint ever. I'm really pleased. I don't know that I'm going to keep this video live after we go, but I could do research? Okay, okay. I will, I will have to figure out how to film a reaction video. I've got no idea how to do that to make it work. There's gotta be YouTube videos out there on how to film a reaction video. You think anybody's making YouTube videos about how to do that? The bunny got me really good pot. Yes. Yes. I've been making the this is when you really realize that there is a difference. There is a top shelf, and we got the top shelf. It's very nice. It's very nice. I will, I will do that. I reaction videos sound kind of fun to me. Having somebody to talk I mean, it was really interesting watching all of the layers. Children, hold on just a moment. Pause. Are we back? Can y'all see me? I think we're back. Okay, we are good. The computer had a bit of a lag time. Let me catch up in chat and then I'll catch y'all up about what was up. Lori says, I came back from Europe and I had a 3-hour layover in Vancouver. After not smoking in 3 weeks, a friend met me and I got so high I missed your flight sitting at the gate. Oh, that's funny, Lori. I mean, it probably wasn't funny at the time. Oh my goodness. Hey, Sophia, how are you? It is good to see you. Always good to see you, dear. They made you pay for the next flight. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. Nice and comfy, just chilling. Hypnotically entered the chat. You can't believe that happened. It was expensive weed. There you go. You can fly around Canada with pot. You can sort of sorry, Kristen, I didn't mean to scare you. You can sort of fly in the United States with pot within the US if you're flying. They're not they're not going to pinch you if you've just got pot. I have I have boarded the plane with weed in my luggage. I'm sorry, Kristen. I didn't mean to scare you. Child number 4 has a guest, and said guest just needed to consult with me for a moment. Hold on just a second. Chicago Airport has a marijuana amnesty box. That's funny, Bill. I think Seattle had one of those too. You boarded planes with small amounts of coke and illicit pills probably a dozen times and never had any problems. Yeah. Yeah, I don't I don't recommend it. Let's just say I don't recommend it. Like the young man who came into chat with the smoking dachshund, I really don't recommend anybody make their dachshund smoke. Sort of wild to you that it's legal here. It's sort of wild to me. It's sort of wild to me that it's legal here. I mean, of all the things that people in office are doing, making it actually legal here nationwide would be an amazing thing to happen. But no, we need to waste our time, but we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that today because I'll just get worked up and I don't want to get worked up. Smoking dachshunds can always find their own support group because Germany usually has the more chill laws than the US. Yes. Except in some areas, Sophia. In some areas, I think Germany has the more strict rules, but I mean, as when I was working with exchange students, Sophia, sometimes the German students were the most difficult students because they found the restrictions that the American parents put on their teenagers completely and utterly untenable and did not know how to function in a world where they could not drink, they could not party all night, and they had to be home by 11 o'clock. And furthermore, they could not be they could not be intimate with their boyfriend or girlfriend or yeah. Hey, Paolo, how are you? Smoking dachshunds can always find a support group. TSA gets all upset when you fly with your miniature trebuchet. Really? Do they really, Bill? They used to take knitting needles away. I I cannot imagine what TSA is like right now. My mother is coming to visit for graduation, and she is going to have to. I am worried. With planes falling out of the sky, Lord knows what shape TSA is in. I can't imagine what it's going to be like to travel. I really can't. Hopefully, it will not. She's traveling on weekdays rather than weekends. Hopefully, it'll go easy. We get to drink at 16 here. It's weird to be treated like a child. Yes, exactly. So it was very, very hard for the German students. They couldn't sleep over at their boyfriend or girlfriend's house. That's not allowed, right? They have to be in by 11 o'clock at night. They can't be out all night at the discotheque on Friday and Saturday nights. They can't drink at all. Yeah, the rules are they really have a problem. And if the American parents and it's not just the German kids, it's the French kids and the Spanish kids. It makes it really hard on them. They act out. Um, it's an unfortunate thing. It's an unfortunate thing. I worked with more than one student that yeah, I felt I was supposed to be an advocate for the student. It was a hard job. It was a really hard job. I can imagine it's hard to come into a place where you're treated like a child. You were mad as hell about the drinking age when you were young? Were you really, Bill? How come? We've always, um, under our roof, we've always encouraged responsible consumption. Yes, exactly, Sophia. That's how the kids felt infantilized. Yes, very infantilizing. Mhm. And if it's not handled properly, if the parents don't understand, like a lot of them don't because they haven't had teenagers before at all, let alone had independent teenagers. Hey, Lupita, how are you doing, sweetie? It is good to see you. Here I was thinking none of you would show up. What was I thinking? I was considering canceling because I really wasn't sure if all y'all would be here, and you just really I appreciate all of y'all. You really it's nice to have all you here. Stevie Wonder wrote a song about Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and somehow it made its way into the Woman in Red soundtrack. What, Adam? Don't you know that though before you do an exchange program? I mean, look, they do, but you don't know what you don't know. So having hosted an exchange student for a year, our exchange student, bless his heart, on his paperwork, he stated that we hosted an exchange student from a predominant overwhelmingly Muslim country. We hosted a Bahraini exchange student. And on his paperwork, it said he had no dietary restrictions. And I was like, are you kidding me? I remember your grandparents trying to treat us like little children and not being communicated with, and that already caused friction to confrontation. Wow, Sophia. So it said on his paperwork, no dietary restrictions. And I went, okay, I'd be surprised if that's the case, but okay. And so we said we'd take him and see if it would work. And he wanted all halal food. And so I kept trying to ask him if he wanted exactly, Bill, Adam. I asked him if he wanted halal food or zabiha. And he couldn't understand that there is a difference between a halal and zabiha. He would say halal and zabiha are the same. If it is halal, it is zabiha. We had that argument for a long time until I explained to him one day that you could kill the pig zabiha, but it will never be halal. You can kill the pig zabiha, but it will never be halal. And then he went, oh, halal and zabiha are different. So anyway, he didn't want just halal food. He wanted zabiha food. There's a difference between no alcohol and yes ma'am and no ma'am culture that you ain't even aware of or used to. He was glot halal. What's glot, Adam? So he turned out he wanted all we had to negotiate about the food, and at one point his father was frustrated and said to him, our exchange student reported back to me that his father said, "I don't understand. You buy the chicken, you kill the chicken, it's halal, done. What is the problem?" And our exchange student, I mean, that's this interposition, interpolation of cultures. You buy the chicken, you kill the chicken, it's halal. Yeah, he's right. You buy the chicken, you kill the chicken, it's halal. So that's what I mean, Bill, is yes, they know what they're getting into, but they have no clue what they're getting into. And in some ways, the closer the culture is, the more difficult it is to adapt, which is a very strange thing. But what I found was that the European students had generally a much more difficult time fitting in to all the lamb restaurants are run by Muslims. Interesting, Adam. Halal is about the way it's killed. Well, halal, zabiha means the way it's killed. Halal, it's like saying kosher, like things are generally kosher, right? Chicken, you can have chicken and it's kosher because chicken is allowed, or you have can have chicken that is kosher. So yeah, it's just they just don't realize you don't realize the differences as much. No, what it is that when the differences are such a huge chasm, they're easy to discern that there are differences there. But when the differences are so tight like this, and it's little shades of gray, it's easy to assume that that's personality. It's easy to assume that that's just the way the person is, that it's not about culture, it's about, um, something else. It's about them not it's about their personality. It has to be slaughtered by a ritual slaughterer to be kosher. Exactly. But generally, so that's the difference between halal and zabiha. There is allowed food, like pork is not halal. Pork is not allowed, but you could kill the pork in the ritual slaughter method. That would still not make it halal. So they're different, right? and Muslims can eat meat that is slaughtered by rabbis. It's about your bad attitude. What's about my bad attitude? I didn't get the joke, Kristen. What did I miss? Now I'm curious. And I've lost my train of thought. It's probably because it's 420, guys. I'm gonna be a little catchy. If we're gonna go 420, it's up to you guys to make it happen. I meant to tell you, but here we are. So I'll tell you now. I can't read anything. I haven't told you the first time. If we're having a 4-hour and 20-minute stream, y'all are going to have to be on point in this conversation. Because, yeah, Muslims can eat kosher. Absolutely, Adam. In fact, that's one of the things I did because it was hard at the halal butcher, Adam. It was hard to get specific cuts of meat. And we decided to do prime rib for Christmas that year, but I could not get a full I couldn't get a halal prime rib because I didn't even know how to do that. And I didn't want to pay for a full kosher prime rib. And so we got a kosher ribeye steak for our exchange student. He got a kosher ribeye steak, and the rest of us had prime rib. Oh, it's not about yes, it's about your bad attitude. Yes, Kristen. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. It's not about your culture, it's about your bad attitude. It's about this or that or the other thing. But it's easier with the students when the culture gap is wider. It's easier to assume that the discord is due to culture. Zabiha is new to you? Yeah. Zabiha is the word for the way it's slaughtered, I believe. Kosher and halal are kind of similar. Here you get kebab pieces that get meat from Jewish butchers because it's halal. Yes. Permissible or lawful and the method of slaughter. Exactly, Lupita. That is the difference. You did learn the halal from an all Muslim community. Yes. So one of the things, going back to what the students should expect when they sign on for that, I mean, our exchange student said to me once that it hadn't occurred to him that there was not halal. I mean, like, of course there's not halal food, but navigating halal food, everything is halal in a Muslim country. It's all halal, so you don't. Hello, Indigo Twin. How are you, my dear? It is very good to see you. Oh, Adam. Shall I tell you the story about the time that I was going to have? I had an Israeli Jewish woman and a Gazan who were both English teachers. Yes, Kristen, exactly that. You're getting better? I am glad, Indigo. I am very glad, dear. It is very good to see your face. The German rules don't really allow certain butchering techniques, but there's exceptions for kosher. Oh, there's exceptions for kosher, but not for Islam. Really, Sophia? That's interesting that there's exceptions for kosher, but they haven't made them for Islam. But yes, that would be the workaround. That would be the workaround. So it was for the State Department brings people in and puts them on tours through the country and then asks families to host people so that people who are visiting get a version of America. And so they do this through places called World Affairs Councils. And it's a really cool program if it hasn't been destroyed. So I was hosting this Gazan English teacher and an Israeli English teacher. And we had them for dinner. And the request for the Israeli was for vegetarian food. And the first thing I thought was, I wonder if she's vegetarian because she keeps kosher. And that's the easiest way when you're traveling in America, if you're trying to keep kosher, eating vegetarian. Exactly, Adam. But bump. It is to eat vegetarian. And so I thought it would be nice if she's been eating cold food for 6 weeks on the road. I thought it would be nice if I could make her a hot meal. So I figured out a way. Kristen, you'll be interested in this. I figured out a way to make kushari on my stove fully kosher. So I used because my pans all had pork in them, I couldn't cook. I didn't know how kosher she kept. So I couldn't cook any of the food that I was making in my own pots and pans or use any of my utensils to do anything. So instead, what I did is I made kushari, Kristen, and I went to the dollar store and I bought a set of measuring cups and I bought a kitchen knife and I bought a cutting board and I bought some roasting pans and I made the rice and lentils in the roasting pans in the oven, Kristen, and I made the onions in a roasting pan in the oven. I sliced the onions up with the knife that I'd gotten at the dollar store on the cutting board and put them into the roasting pan, the aluminum roasting pan that I bought, the kind that you can get at Thanksgiving. I put the onions in olive oil and put those in the oven, and I so did the whole thing, sautéing the rice and adding the lentils and the water. I did all that in the oven, and then I roasted the rice and the lentils in the oven with the onions. Did who have any alcohol? You're gonna have to call me back. Um, and then in order to do the tomato sauce, I used my crock pot, and I bought those plastic crock pot liners, Kristen. And I made the tomato sauce inside the crock pot in the crock pot liner. So that was its own pot. And then for the macaroni, I used a boil-in bag. So I put water in the pot, and then I put a boil-in bag in the pot, and then I filled water into the bag with the macaroni, and I made the macaroni that way. And then I had on hand, in case in case I wasn't a kosher enough kitchen, because I still knew that this wouldn't be kosher enough for her. It might not be kosher enough for her because some people you can't, it's not, there are rules upon rules upon rules upon rules, and my kitchen was nowhere close to a kosher kitchen. Be interesting. And yeah, I tried to get more information about her dietary requests. Um, but I asked back, and all they could give me was what she'd said. They wouldn't act as a go-between. They'd just relay the thing. So there was no way to communicate with her before she came to my place. So what I did is I planned out this meal, and then I also bought a kosher meal for her. Frozen meal that we could reheat. And then I also had the vegetarian meal that she had requested. So I had 3 options for her, but I wanted her to have an option for a hot meal for once. Satmar and Lubavitch won't eat each other's food. Exactly, Adam. Exactly. The internecine squabbles get pretty insane. Goes back to a time where both Muslims and Jews were nomads without the reliable opportunity to safely prep and sterilize. So they just avoided stuff that got bad and got them sick. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I I my daddy could not eat gluten, and he could not eat dairy. And so we were always accommodating for his diet. And I've always been willing to accommodate for people's diet for dietary reasons. Why wouldn't I accommodate their diet for religious reasons? So this woman, bless her heart, decided that, my kitchen was kosher enough and what I had done was kosher enough. So we had koshery that night. It was lovely. It was lovely. It was a very nice, nice evening. It was a fun story. Oh, thank you, Lapita. It was a lot of fun. It was fun figuring out. I mean, I had to come up with a dish that I could prepare easily, that I could do in my kitchen without spending. I mean, how can I do this without spending a ton of money, right? And figuring that out, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I that would be I wish I could find a job doing that kind of thing. That would be the kind of thing I would love doing, figuring out how to accommodate people with differences. It's a threat to health, they can eat. If it's a threat, yes. If it's a threat to health, they can eat. And Islam has the same thing. If you're dying, it is required to eat. I always ask for allergies and sensitivities and adapt the recipe. Exactly, Sophia. Exactly. It's not difficult. People are like, "Oh no, don't make any trouble for me." I'm like, I want to adapt to I want don't make any trouble for me. I've invited you into my home. I'm making trouble for you on purpose. Kara, Ka- Karaite, Karaite Jews also have their own kashrut. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting. I know that Muslims will eat food that is kosher. Um, Food that is kosher, but I don't think that Jews will eat food that is halal. To talk about kosher and halal, we are eating barbecue from your favorite place in Oakland. Barbecue sounds lovely. I have leftover Indian for dinner tonight. The first thing to go to mind is to go to work for Maharishi International University or any of their many orgs. Oh, I don't know that I want to work in the kitchen. The Dalai Lama eats veal. Adam. I know the Dalai Lama is not necessarily a good man. You need a few days warning for allergies to sage and cinnamon, but that's why I ask early. Wow, do people have allergies to sage and cinnamon, Sophia? That's very interesting. I feel like I want to curl up in a nice, cozy kitchen corner with you, Sophia, and read cookbooks while we knit with a cup of tea and a couple of cats at our feet. with some stew or sauce, ragu burbling on the stove in the background. I can see it now. Maybe I should make the picture. It's a lovely scene. That is how that is how I think of you when I think of you, Sophia, sitting in this lovely, cozy kitchen. I sage if people are allergic to ghosts. We could do that. I think we're on the wrong holiday. You guys? Yes, that is something that some people do, but there is a problem with everybody thinking that that's something okay to do because it's adopted from native religion and you really should not just pick your own aspects of different religions and syncretize them into your own personal practice. That's not always the best idea. Oh, Adam, that's so kind of you. I'm a Julia adult. Julia, I don't have an ounce of Julia's talent. I mean, I've told you guys about kushari. It's a really simple dish. What I did was just get creative on how to try to make it kosher on the fly. I don't think I did anything terribly special. Put sage and cinnamon into meats and salads. So the house needs to air out if they can't smell it. But otherwise, you go nuts. Okay. Yes, I think it would be lovely, Sophia. One day when the world stops burning, we will try to make that happen. And we win the lottery. And air travel is safe again. That would be a lovely thing to do. That would be a lovely thing to do. There's a fun clip of Julia loving someone's dessert so much she started crying. Oh, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. That would be earth earth-shatteringly stunning to have Julia Child crying because she loved your dessert so much. What an amazing experience for the person who made that dessert. Wowza. Wowza, wowza. Sage and cinnamon in meat and salad. Yeah, sage and cinnamon would be great. Usually, when we have waffles for breakfast, we have my overnight yeast raised waffles. But instead, Instead, this year, we had sourdough waffles. We decided to make a spontaneous potato salad yesterday to not eat too much chocolate. It was okay, very well smelling. The potato salad. You made the potato salad in order not to eat chocolate. I was so desperate. I was so desperate the other day that I made a new batch of fudge. I was so desperate for chocolate in the house. I get like that. And baking chocolate just does not cut it. The path of yeast resistance. So we had sourdough waffles today. Sourdough is my husband's. He keeps the sourdough starters. So they come out, actually, they look like they're going in thick and gloppy, and they come out light and airy. It is this amazing transformation that I do not fully understand. Amazing nonetheless. So what else, guys? Like I said, you're gonna have you. Oh no, Sophia. So did the potato salad help the? That's a terrible thing for your stomach to be sensitive to. But it would make you moderate. It would make one moderate, that's for sure, but that's not a fun thing to have to moderate around. Okay, you guys, you know what? I didn't plan this day well. I need to go take a pee break. So please give me things to talk about in the comments while I'm gone. Entertain yourselves. And it looks like Soda is coming for a visit. So I'll wait a moment to go for my pee break because Soda has arrived. Here he is. You didn't even eat much sugar anyway. Orion. Yeah, he's purring. Can you hear him? The neighbors with music have started up again. Atkins makes good low sugar treats. Yes, they do. They do actually. Atkins does make good low sugar treats. Sugar-free has gotten a lot better than it was. Hey, Miss Susan, how in the heck are you? It is good to see you, my dear. How have you been? You're gonna take my makeup right off my nose. I know the green screen is coming right through. The neighbors with the music have started up again. Oh my goodness. I know you want them. Sugar-free Twizzlers are better than regular Twizzlers? Really, Kristen? Susan, I'm glad you're doing well. Are you still working? Not if you're allergic to aspartame. Yeah, there is that. There's also a capsule that helps to break up the sugar for the stomach. Oh, interesting. When I was a kid, I kept pretty much sugar free from the age from 3rd grade through 9th grade or so. I ate all sugar free. It was really important to me. There is a soda, yes. And now that he's sat down, y'all, I need to take this opportunity. You guys fill me up with some things to talk about while I go take a pee break. I will be right back. You guys didn't do much chatting while I was gone. I got distracted in the cookie aisle. They use a lot of aspartame. I thought xylitol was xylitol has problems because if you eat too much xylitol, you get stuck in the restroom. That was fast. I go fast. You don't like sweeteners? They taste way too sweet. Yeah. So have you guys tried these Oreo Thins? They are devastatingly good. Total thumbs up. They're really good. And these are the tiramisu flavor. Tiramisu flavor of Oreo Thins. Insanely good. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. Question and answer. You guys can ask me whatever you want to ask me. I can't promise I'll give you the answers you want. The Oreo Thins are great. Oreo Thins are the best Oreo Thins. Lemon Oreo Thins are the best Oreo Thins. You have caramel cake from Barbecue Shop? That sounds excellent, Brain Fog. The tiramisu, oh, Adam, you don't eat meat or sugar? Well, we can talk about kushari some more, Adam. Or how about I put a cookie in my mouth. Mm. Mm-hmm. I can't hear you over the dog. Child number 4 wants to know. Brain Fog says lemon Oreos are the bomb. Child number 4 agrees, Brain Fog. They say that lemon Oreos are objectively the best Oreo. And Kristen, yes. Pineapple on pizza, yes. I am okay with pineapple on certain kinds of pizza. But it is generally, I mean, for crying out loud, how many of you have had pineapple with your ham? Canadian bacon and pineapple is not that far a leap from bake pineapple on your ham. Lentils and mushrooms do have meaty textures. Soda has left the bill. No. Soda is thinking of leaving. Soda might leave if the surfaces weren't slipping out from underneath him.
Mother,
Child.
the fifth one has permission to stay the night.
Yes,
I'm just informing you.
I already knew.
No, from other parents.
Oh, okay.
Not from father. I thought I'd inform you.
Okay. I will break these cookies up into smaller bite pieces before I put them in my mouth now. Sophia, you can think of this as us having crackers and tea together. This is as close as we'll get for a little while. What's the puzzle you're working on, Sophia? Birdie is giving shade because of Pop. I'll tell you what. We've got a big screen television, right? And it's down low to the floor. Maybe 12 or 18 inches off the floor. Big ass screen. Not too high for Orion to be right at eye level at it with. And if you get a dog on that screen, Orion will lose his shit so fast. Oh my goodness. You would think that he is guarding me from the apocalypse. The way he responds to a strange dog just appearing on screen, just looking like one, not making a sound. A 10,000 piece Stitch puzzle? Am I counting the right number of zeros there? 1,000. Thank you. I needed to look at that more up close. Or a Eucharist. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. This can be the Eucharist for the corner joint. We now have our Eucharist, or Eucharist. Adam, we're going to make a religion yet. We'll do it together. How's that? We just started. We have the corner joint and we have an Eucharist. We can share in the Oreos. And we can argue about which of the Oreos is the best in our own little petty divides. I mean, how do you use bread instead of pizza dough for the pineapple pizza thing? With which brain fog? Unipastarians. I think I gotta quit eating cookies on stream. I don't know how people can get comfortable eating. It seems so strange because normally, sitting with a group of friends, I would be totally comfortable eating. I know why it is. because if I'm eating, I'm not talking, and there's nobody to. Oh, you put it on the bread and you bake it like grilled cheese. There you go. I'm glad you liked it, Brain Fog. It wasn't mine. It was Adam's Oreocarist. Unipastarians. Adam, you're killing me here. As my husband pointed out yesterday, all of the wonderfulness of He is Risen would not have been possible without the preceding strife. So apparently the awfulness was required. Papa Cat will not stop with the Oreo jokes. I'm loving these Oreos, guys. We're just going to have to eat cookies together. I'm sorry. That's all there is to it. I've only got 2 more after this one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We'll just have to fill in the blanks like it's a regular conversation. I understand what the difference is here. I'm used to doing all the talking, so there's no space in here when I'm doing all the talking to fit in the eating. But I need, if I'm going to eat, if I'm going to have cookies with you, it needs to be more like a conversation. You've broken my head now, Adam. You've broken my head. The supralapsarian, infralapsarian. This is my body and this is my frosting. Oh, were you workshopping those on her, Papa Cat? Is that the problem? Were you workshopping them and this is the best one? He was. He's workshopping them on you, aren't they? And aren't you? You workshopping the jokes? That one's good, Papa Cat. This is my body and this is my frosting. I like that one. That's a winner. So I've got Adam's request for reaction videos. Anybody else got a reaction video they want me to do? I think it sounds like fun to try out doing reaction videos. I could get into that. Might be harder than they look. Do you think guys? Let's see. Let me pull back my keyboard from the safe space out of Scotch's reach. There is indeed a search on YouTube for how to make a reaction video on YouTube. Several of them indeed. Eric, hello. You're not celebrating, you're relaxing and resting? Well, that's a way of celebrating. Vance getting yelled at by the Cardinal, indeed. Supras believe that Christ would have come no matter what. Okay. I'm going to write it down now, Adam. Supralapsarian, infralapsarian debate. Supralap. Infra. Adam, you really are like our own little AI comes in and just hangs in the channel with interesting tidbits. We adore you for it. My little not AI. Everybody, I need to show it off again. I want to show you the amazing art that Adam made for Orion. Is it not adorable? Does it not win all the prizes? I am really impressed. I am really impressed. I think it's lovely. I think it's just lovely. Okay. Religion class. Supralapsarianism and infralapsarianism are two theological views within Reformed theology that differ in the logical order of God's decrees, specifically concerning election, reprobation, creation, and the fall. Supralapsarianism posits that God's decree to choose some for salvation, election, and others for condemnation, reprobation, logically precedes his decree to create the world and permit the fall. Infralapsarianism, on the other hand, argues that God's decree to create the world and permit the fall logically precedes his decree to choose some for salvation. So, what are the God? So, in one, God decided who would be saved or condemned before he made the world and allowed the fall. And in the other, God made the world and allowed the fall, and then he decided who would be saved or condemned. Okay, but what are the implications for this, Adam? What are the real world implications? Yes, isn't it cute? So what are the real world implications? Shall I? It is raining outside. Pouring. Well, according to Chat GPT, it has a little more to do with the so people's emotional and spiritual relationship with God can shift based on how they see his motives and nature. So, did God create the rules and then set people in that universe to live there? Or did God create the universe and then adjust the rules? Am I getting it right, Adam? Is that what you would say? Okay, so I'm definitely an infralapsarian. Supralapsar supra preachers may emphasize God's absolute sovereignty, election, and predestination more directly, whereas infra preachers might focus more on God's mercy in a broken world and offer the God grace to sinners without sounding like God set them up to fail. So it sounds very it's interesting. That's an interesting debate, but I know so the difference is a person struggling with guilt or doubt might feel condemned under a supralapsarian framework, and another might feel comforted knowing God chose to rescue some. You think you were a supra if you were a believer based on Romans 9? Well, I've always said, um, if you're coming to God through fear, if you're coming to God through fear, then it's not you're coming to God with a filter of fear. And so that filter of fear that you're coming to God with is going to color everything that you're receiving. Whereas if you're coming to God in love, then that lens is going to filter what you perceive. So, what is the filter you're seeing the world through? If you're afraid of God, then you're going to interpret all of these things as something to be afraid of. And that fear is going to color everything. If you were a believer, you'd be pretty afraid of hell. You know, I had this terribly morbid way when my children were young. When my children were young, I would get myself worked up into a lather when they were infants because they didn't have baby monitoring back then. Exactly, Sophia. God is love. Exactly. Exactly. Completely forgot the thread I was on there, guys. If you can bring it back up to me, I'd love to tell the story I was telling, but I completely lost the thread because I looked at the chat. You would be a totally fear-based believer? Yeah. You can't I I That's why I've got a problem with fire and brimstone preaching. It can be powerful. And it's not wrong to have a healthy fear of God, just like it's not wrong to have a healthy respect of your parents. Of the fear is not of them, it's what will the consequences be? It is wise to have a healthy respect for what are the consequences going to be. Yes, Susan, no monitors when the kids were little. Thank you, Sophia. So, I'd want to go in and check on them all the time. But if I go in and check on them, I'm going to wake them up. So, what do I do? Well, what I realized is the reality is that I don't have any control. And if something bad was going to happen, the chances of me walking in the middle of it happening were slim to none, which means that it had already happened or it wasn't going to happen. So I may as well let them sleep. In Romans 9, God said he hates Esau from before he was born. Yeah, but I mean, what lens was Roman 9 written in? Is it a lens written through? It's like understanding who Kissinger was as a man helps you understand his worldview. But we don't know what worldview the writer had exactly who wrote Romans 9. So when he says he hates Esau from before he was born, what does that mean? That God hates Esau from the day he was born. And can we trust that reporting in comparison to the other reporting we're getting from other books in the Bible? I mean, that's my argument about the Bible. And with regards to the how I talked myself out of being paranoid about my kids dying, I cannot remember why I brought that up, but I think it had to do with everybody knowing deeply that, um, I'm not the only fuck up. We're all we're all fucked up in our own way, in our own universe. We are all doing the best we can. If I'm a believer, I trust it. Luckily, you're not a believer. I hear you, Adam. And I think when some people say they believe it's different than other people saying they believe. I think that you end up believing in something different. And yes, Sophia, technically the New Testament does cancel out the prior versions of God. That is true. It whips a magic. Yes, we are all hot messes. We're all fucked up. So I think about it. I always, my, I think about God as a parent. No, Adam, I think about it as a parent. And how parents can say things and mean them in one way, and children can hear them and interpret them in a vastly different way because of the completely different viewpoints that both have and experience in life. And so, is it a power statement? I mean, yeah, the person writing it could have had a power problem. I mean, no shit. Look, these I do not believe that the Bible came down inscribed by God. I don't believe that they are God tran- uh, transcribed words directly from God. I don't believe. I don't believe that it's written in stone. In Islam, you do have this thing where in Islam, It is what it says it is. It's in the original Arabic, and it is what it is. And those words were the absolute words of God. Since visiting Auschwitz-Birkenau, I don't celebrate the 20th of April, yet I very much love Easter. It's just me. If you were the same, we would be called robots. Yes, Nebulous. How are you, dear? Catholicism, you recognize Jesus. Don't come at me with the vengeful God from the Old Testament. Yeah, well, the Protestants kind of get into that vengeful God thing a little bit. They seem to. You're very Calvinist in your non belief. Yes, Adam. You think God is a sadistic mofo? Yeah. I mean, and my children have 4 different reports of who I am and how I parented. And they're all valid and true versions. Indeed, Kristen. That is why Muslims who convert are not called converts, they're called reverts. It is not only the final testament, it is the original condition. So, my children all have vastly different perspectives of who I am and how I parented, like I said. And they're all real and valid. They're all right on. So if I look at the God human relationship as a parent child relationship, because if God says he created us, then it's a parent child relationship. I mean, however you want to look at it. Then it makes sense that people are going to have all different interpretations of this parent figure. And when we're children, that parent, that caretaker, that person who is feeding you, bathing you, nursing you, caring for you, that person is all powerful. That person may as well be God. So I think that we come programmed with this sense of this all powerful being. That's what I think. Because it is a unifying experience. Pick a God and don't pick and choose to justify hate. I'm not sure if God exists if you don't believe he exists. Or she, or they, or it. I'm not sure God exists if you don't believe in God. Because I don't know. I just but I don't believe in a vengeful God. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Yeah, I converting out of fear of going to hell is like the strangest. Like, you need to convert out of love. If you're going to be a Christian, you need to do that out of love. If If you're going to follow someone, you should follow them out of love for them, not for fear of what will happen to you if you don't. If you're going to follow somebody, it should be out of love for that person, not for fear of what will happen to you if you don't follow. Taught baby bro how to pray and got Quran recitation in background when he comes over. He loves it, says he relaxes him and makes him keep it on. Nice. Oh, Bill, we'll get it on heavy. Just give it a minute or two. Aaron Burr was Jonathan Edwards' grandson. Fun fact. Wow, Adam. Yes, exactly. If you pick a god from the Bible, you mean just don't use the other versions to justify hateful ideologies. Be consistent. I think the Unipastarian, what did you call it, Adam? The Unipastarians? The Unipastarian Church says come because of come out of love. Be here out of love and care. That would be the Unipastarians. Come out of love, act out of love. There is no need to worship. Unless you feel the need to worship. For some people, I guess that's an important part. But for other people, I think it gets in the way. We should stop talking about God. Unless you guys want to keep talking about God. You could give me a different subject. Like I said, if we're going to go for the full 4 hours and 20 minutes, you guys have to pull your weight. It was Talib Kweli who said, I speak to God directly. I know my God respects me because he let me breathe his air and he really blessed me. That's nice, Bill. The world is lucky I'm not a believer. I'd be a fire and brimstone preacher in a robe with an austere collar. Adam, that doesn't seem you at all. That doesn't seem you at all. Why is that? You don't seem to be that pedantic, Adam. Shahid Bolson? No, I have not heard Shahid Bolson. You can always lead a horse to water, but you can never force it to drink. Exactly, Nebulous. Exactly. Jesus flipped those tables over for a reason. Don't you become the reason if you claim to come from a place of love. Yeah, well, people think Jesus flipped those. I mean, I understand you can look at things through so many different lenses, y'all. And if people think he was angry, then they're gonna come at that from a place of anger. They're gonna interpret it wrong. If we don't explain to them the context and we tell these stories, it's like people will always choose Barabbas. Yeah, crucify everyone else. It's like this. So we're watching this video of this kid that I can't remember his name at Coachella doing Bohemian Rhapsody. And like Brain Fog said, Brian May came on and was playing guitar. And apparently Brian May was walking all around Coachella and nobody recognized him. My son said he didn't even recognize him. He doesn't know who Brian May is. These kids don't know their history. They don't know the context. They just know the song. They don't know the deeper context. They don't know the deeper meaning. They don't know the deeper reason. They don't know who Brian May is. That we didn't teach them in the same way that we don't teach the context for the other stories. The fire and brimstone seems consistent with the text, so I don't have to override my personality. See, and I don't think the fire and brimstone is consistent with the text. I mean, I think it's there. Lots of church. Yeah, I'm sure there is a lot of church hurt up in here, Kristen. Church is a difficult thing for people to talk about. Liturgically conservative Catholic socialist. Interesting, Bill. Are you really? I don't understand a God of processes. The creator of the universe would not have to work through processes. Well, what's having to got to do with it, Adam? I don't understand how the creator of the universe would have to do anything. He could do whatever he wants to do. So wouldn't this instead be the way he chose to do it? And if he did so, why might that be? Well, one can discern that it might be that he thinks it's important. But that's recursive, right? Smells and bells and Latin and single payer healthcare. Smells and bells, I will go with, Bill. I love the liturgy and pomp and circumstance of high church. I was raised Unitarian, but I was raised relatively high church for Unitarian. Brian May and Roger Taylor got Kevin James to sing on a Queen tour. That would be absolutely amazing, Bill. Few of your girlfriends had terrible church parents. Yeah. Yeah. That is a crying shame. I know of these parents. You never learn to write in recursive. I mean, why does it have to be that God had to? I kind of figure that if God is all powerful, or make that right. Yes, Adam. If God is all powerful, then how can I even conceive of what the fuck he's got going on and what part I play in that? I cannot. And so, because I cannot conceive of such a thing, and I am clear that I can't conceive of it because I am not him, all I can look for is glimmers. And do I see glimmers of hate and intolerance and poison and awfulness? Yeah, I do see those threads. I do see those threads. I mean, we think it's a little suspect. I believe in universal salvation, Adam. So the hell argument doesn't really bug me much. The main priest at my church growing up, Father Gennaro Gentile, was a progressive Vatican II guy who later turned out to be a notorious chump. I know it isn't fair, but I think that shaped my prejudices. I think it would, Bill. I think it would. You're dealing with gay and Muslim right now, not too difficult yet. Kristen, sometime I will tell you about my dearest friend who was gay and Muslim. Speaking of which, McCarrick just slipped the mortal coil. Who's McCarrick? Probably a cardinal. The main thing is that everybody is somebody, so that's why somebody should always help everyone. Exactly. High church to me is Elsa Lanchester singing to Elvis about yoga. Ooh. Is that a video, Adam? I enjoy the pomp and circumstance. And if I get a good sermon out of the deal that makes me think, Religion for Breakfast is excellent, Bill. Kristen, highly recommend Religion for Breakfast. He's very, very good. He is excellent. There's another one. Now I can't remember the name of it. Religion for Breakfast, Al-Muqaddimah, I think. Hold on, let me look at my subscriptions. Yeah, Al-Muqaddimah. So Al-Muqaddimah is really good. Let me drop this link for you, Kristen. Oh. There's Al-Muqaddimah. And you can probably find Religion for Breakfast. But this is Religion for Breakfast. You grew up in fun Catholicism where it was more culturally Catholic and not pious. So you didn't connect with the Vatican part of Catholicism, but enjoyed the fun version focused on humanity. That sounds lovely, Sophia. I don't begrudge people their narrative God unless it's Jordan Peterson. Well, I'll go with that, Adam. That makes sense. Guys, I don't believe we are 2 hours and almost 40 minutes in. Hold on just a second. Set my body in a Peterson voiceover praising Islam. Reverse Jungian archetypes and Frozen 2 are turning our frogs gay. Did he say that? I never. These people, y'all, these people. It is no end of insanity. You just ordered 100 Qurans? What are you talking about, Kristen? Are you going on a religion journey, girl? Oh, Bilf, I wish we could see it. I wish we could see it. It goes very well with the Grover picture. Very well with the Grover picture. The well of depravity is bottomless. It appears to be bottomless, Sophia. It appears to be bottomless indeed. Frogs in the booty bump, you can see it. $240, the opposite of 420. 2 hours and 40 minutes. $101. Got it. Got it, Kristen. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Peterson is more Kermit? No. The only thing you want bottomless is your brunch, your mimosa. Adam, do you drink? You're such an ascetic, Adam. You don't eat meat. You don't eat sugar. Do you drink? Don't ruin Kermit for me. Now I'm going to see Jordan Peterson in Kermit's face. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but Kermit is much more entertaining. Although Kermit's never been my favorite. I always felt like he was the star, and I never quite understood why. Susan, love you too, sweetie. You sleep well, honey. It was good to see you. Sleep well. I hope the job is treating you well. I have missed your face. I hope you're getting to see those grandbabies. Give them a hug from me. You drink. Okay, you're not a complete monk. You just play one on TV. Or you're one of those Benedictine monks. It is always lovely to see Susan. I am still thinking back about that pre-roll we smoked earlier this afternoon. Boy, you guys, was that nice. Boy, was it nice. I switched my work schedule around, y'all. You know how I've been saying that this CalMag and Vodka Bender 2025 to commence upon your return to New York. Oh my goodness, Kobil. So you know how I was telling you that the schedule that I had was killing me because it had me working. So I have class on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I was working Tuesday after work. And then I was working all day Wednesday. And then we had Wheel of Wednesday on Wednesday night. And then I had class again on Thursday. There's homework due Thursday that I thought I'd be able to do over the weekend, but it turns out that often the homework that's due on Thursday, he goes over what the homework's about on Tuesday. So it's difficult to do the homework before he reviews what we're supposed to be doing in the homework. It's like trying to do the math problems before you've had the lesson. So that's not been working. So lost my train of thought. People texting me. Lost my train of thought, y'all. I should know better. Completely lost train of thought. I hate it when that happens. I know I was telling a good story. Swinging off the old chandelier Broken hearts still beating, dusty chandeliers. Oh yeah, no math before the lessons. So I changed my schedule. Naturals, koala calm, or nothing at all. The ones who are still affiliated with the church are haram. The ones still affiliated with the church are haram. Yeah. No math before the lessons. Yes, my schedule needed to change. Just say choo choo. So I have changed my Wednesday shift to a Friday shift. Except for next week, I needed to do half the Wednesday shift on Wednesday, and I can do the other half on Friday for just this next week. And then my Wednesday shift switches to Friday. Anyone who buys CalMag from the Guymans is excommunicated from SPTV. That's fair, Bill. That's fair. I don't buy supplements, especially not from Scientology affiliated companies. I don't trust Scientology affiliated companies. Although I did not know that Sabrina was Scientology adjacent. The free zone of supplements. There is a lot of supplementation going on. There is this interesting synergy between the fundamentalist religious sort of mind and the supplement sort of my culture. Yes, Sophia. I have noticed that you can get significant crossover between supplement culture and fundamentalist religion culture. I don't know what that's about. I think it has to do with the hippies and alternative religion in the 70s and how into supplementation and natural foods the hippies were, as well as alternative religions. So all of those things got merged into one, but the alternative religion took on the structures of where the hippies had been because the hippies hadn't deconstructed. So when they put new alternative religions and adapted those alternative religions, they put those trappings on the old structure. So it's just authoritarian structure in new trappings. That's what I think. That's what I think. Alex Jones is basically a glorified vitamin salesman. Yeah. Yeah, Bill. Exactly that. Health culture can get very reaction. Tell me about it, Adam. Tell me about it. Doctor said not to take other stuff it gives you as expensive pee. Yes, vitamin D. Vitamin D is good. Vitamin D is a requirement. But that is a different thing altogether. Otherwise, expensive pee. Exactly that. Very expensive, smelly pee. My mother managed a health food store when I was a kid. My parents were glorified hippies. Well, not glorified. They were actual hippies. The Indies are a trip, 80% charring, 20%, oh my God. Yeah, yeah, Adam. You know, my story is that I was involved with a religious organization that was very cultish. Some would say it was totally a cult that was basically warmed over Scientology. Did you guys know that? That's kind of how I started protesting Scientology. Fab Daddy, how are you doing, sweetheart? It is good to see you. It is Easter 420. You got a PPP loan? Supplements are a way to keep people badly fed and stressed and still function instead of getting rest and proper nutrition. Yes, Sophia, I agree. Okay, Bill, go call your mom. Be a good child. Tell her you love her on Easter. And hopefully we will see you back. You only do see if a sick person comes near you. I'll take some emergency on occasion. Pop some C when I'm sick. Yeah, I was involved in a religious group that was basically warmed over Scientology. Until I became uninvolved. You're really freaking stuffed. Just got done with 420 with dinner with family. Perfect time for a 420 break. Excellent, Fab Daddy. I hope you had a wonderful Easter dinner. What was for dinner, Fab? You missed it, Fab. I have to tell you, you guys, you're just going to hear this story all night long. All night long. Fab Daddy, I bought this pre-roll special for Easter, special for 420. This puppy was $50, but oh my goodness, was it worth every penny? It was buttery smooth. It was the best thing I have ever smoked. It was amazing. It was amazing. So I had an excellent 420. Ham on the menu for Easter. Excellent. I like me some ham and green beans and scallop potatoes. What else? Some nice hot cross buns. Mashed potatoes. Oh my goodness, Adam, you can't tolerate weed? Well, my husband doesn't like weed. I get him scotch, but he doesn't like weed. You went outside all winter and into cold water, eat actual food, and drink good tea, and your immune system is great. Well, I didn't go outside all winter. I didn't go into cold water. I don't eat particularly well. But my immune system is relatively healthy. I'm relatively well rested. I'm relatively healthy, more or less. I could be in better shape. I think I want to start working on that. It's been occurring to me. Losing, you have nothing, Adam. You don't think of it that way? I just sometimes feel bad when when I'm going on about the glories of this dish or this alcoholic drink or this weed, that there's somebody out there who can't enjoy it, and it often feels unpleasant to do in front of somebody. But then at the same time, I don't mind them talking about the things that they love within reason. I mean, there are some lines that I don't cross. You envy the weedists. I am sorry that it doesn't interact well with you, Adam. That's got to be really sad. You don't do weed either. You did the CBD flower a bit. I tell you what, I told even my husband with this particular joint, if you were going to try anything, this puppy would be the one to try. Alkaline water is allegedly beneficial. When my doctor tells me to drink alkaline water, maybe I'll think about it. Until then, when it's being sold, I don't know. Go on about it. It's nice that people can enjoy things. Adam, you're so sweet. You never found weed interesting enough to get really into it? I can see that. it Weed is interesting. It's like a delirium for you. Oh my goodness, Adam. That would be unpleasant. Had to quit weed at 17 when the baby bros were born. Parents pot smokers and oh. You brought them up, Kristen? Your parents, were you being responsible for your baby brothers, honey? You'd rather chill with puffers over drinkers? Really, Lori? To be fair, generally, puffers are more chill. I think it does have somewhat to do with what crowd you're rolling with. I think it does have. At least alcohol works. Yes, you could. Yes, Adam. At least alcohol works. indeed. In Canada, it's possible to purchase THC chocolate. Well, we can get THC chocolate in fact, they have my son, they have THC sarsaparilla, and they have these instant not instant, but fast acting edibles. You'd rather chill with good people? Fab Daddy, I'm with you, man. So they are fast acting edibles. They're like I can't remember the word. It just went out of my brain. Anyhow, they're fast acting. They take effect. It's an edible that takes effect within 15 minutes. You like the chocolate? Hold the chocolate, hold the THC. Oh, Adam. So, what do you get yourself for treats, Adam? Hey, Aaron, how are you? It is good to see you. Kristen, you shouldn't have had to do that, but I'm sure you did an excellent job. And I'm sorry that you were in a situation where you had to do that. You did grow up in near the Netherlands where it wasn't particularly interesting or exciting, so you tried it, doesn't seem to work on you. You got interested in trying if it works on me eventually. Yes, Sophia. I never, I mean, like it was illegal. I never used pot until like 3 years after it became legal. The mushroom chocolate. Yes, Lori, the mushroom chocolates are nice. Being with the right people does make a difference. And the thing is, you have to wait for it to take effect, right? So it has to be like this planned thing. It takes it takes a lot of effort to put something like that together. More effort than just smoking a joint pre-roll. The Atkins treats. Okay. That's what you get for treats. Those work. Those work, dear. So long as you have treats, my dear. We wouldn't want you to have to go without. 92-year-old chronic pain, can't have edibles or he loses his hydros. He got to try some for a week until you realize he loses his hydros. What do you mean? There, if you don't dosage or crop of it, or you don't have THC receptors. Interesting, Sophia. You like smoking weed when it was illegal more? It made you feel like a baddie. Yes, Fab Daddy. Yes, Adam. It is. There are places there are places where you can buy mushroom chocolates by mail, Adam. I know a reputable supplier. Yeah, so the edibles didn't work for him, Kristen? Statistically speeding mass shooter. Oh, Okay, Kristen. Loses his P test. Oh. Why does he have to have why does he have to have a P test, Kristen? Yes, Nebulous. Well, mass shooters. Mass shooters. Shiitake chocolate truffle. Probably, just not from the place I'm thinking of, Fab Daddy. Edibles did work, but he needs the P test, so you had to stop. My grandma used it as pain medicine in the 2000s because it worked for her. I don't see why we can't just regulate it. We let people drink. Why not consume weed? I think I expect, Sophia, it was the United States that started this drug war. Maybe distance from the United States will end the drug war. Maybe some good can come of things. Oh, because he gets pain medication. Shit. Yeah, that would be a problem, Kristen. That would be a problem. But isn't Washington's a legal state, Kristen? You should be able to talk to his doctor and try to coordinate something. You stopped doing hallucinogens. Last trip you fell hard. Oh, Fab Daddy, I am sorry, man. That I have heard that is not a good scene. 92, worked his whole life, 30 years National Guard, State Patrol, owned his own electric company, but needs a paying contract. So I guess no, you can't negotiate. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. 92, and they're coming after him for pain medication. Well, I tell you what, somebody I know texted earlier this week, and they have a teenage ward, and their ward gets a social security check every month, and the state just pulled this not the state, social security pulled that money back because they can't understand why she's getting social security because she's a minor. So that's what's going on in this country. It's about to get a whole lot worse. I mean, the pain medication thing, we went from one extreme to the other. We're just bouncing between the rails, y'all. The way to do it is not to be bouncing back and forth between the rails. The way to do it is straight down the middle. Works because we all avoid cannabinoid receptors from the same sea mollusk millions of years ago. Yes, Nebulous. He even refuses harder pain meds because he loves to drive. We should be able to, right? Oh, yeah. Your aunt is working on it. She is usually victorious, so I imagine we will be good soon. Excellent, Kristen. Good. I'm glad she's working on it. Yes, Sophia. Yes, I am not kidding. I'm 100% serious. That's actually happening. So the Social Security payment was pulled back because why is she on Social Security? Because she's a minor. Never mind that that Social Security money is hers. She's entitled to it. It's her money from her parent. It's her death benefit. You got rails on your lane. Your shit goes in the gut with bumpers. Bumpers is always the way to play. You want bumpers with that? Yes, I would like bumpers with my bowling alley. Bumpers. Keep it between the rails, y'all. Pulling a death benefit is bullshit, brain fog. Sophia, for America, we are getting there. It's gonna take time for all this to trickle down. It's gonna take time. It hasn't filtered through significantly. It's just that is like the first licks of it coming up against the shores. You have to remember, we haven't had to look for this shit. Not that you guys haven't had to look for it. I don't know why. I don't know why we haven't gone full France. We had pullbacks at least 2 times a month. I don't know why. Peeps tripping probably just due to Trump. Really? You've been having pullbacks at least twice a month? Ellie, sweetheart. Sweetie, it is so good to see you. I hope you are doing well. Much love, much love. Happy Easter. Here is hoping for a bountiful spring for you, my dear. This is the 420 stream, Easter. Ellie, we are trying to go a full 4 hours and 20 minutes because 420 minutes was more than we could plan for. So we're just doing a 4 hour and 20 minute stream. We still have a pretty good life here in America, far from France's revolution. Well, the French tend to be more responsive. I am sorry you're hurting, Ellie. I am really sorry. Mm. 9 years was a rep pay for 4K clients on Social Security and like 25 on VA benefits. Wow, Kristen. That's good work you were doing, Kristen. SSA and SSI. So You've seen a lot of this. Are you telling me that these inconsistencies are a new thing? I know people who wouldn't have made it if they didn't get their death benefit growing up. Exactly, brain fog. The last one to declare let them eat cake ended up having a bad day. Right, Nebulous? Exactly, Adam. I'm sorry she's not feeling well at all. Feeling well as well. The French make protesting a party while keeping the standards high. They don't wait until it gets bad. Yes, I know. I know they did. They're very good at it. I watched Sophia, do you watch now I'm not remembering her name. I'm going to have to look. Damn it. Hold on. It's going to be a second. I need to talk to you about this video, Sophia. I thought of you when I saw it. Um, yep, it was Nicole Rudolph. Do you watch Nicole Rudolph at all, Sophia? She did this lovely video on haute couture and why it was French. And I thought that it was brilliant because it really, that's why you call him Elon Antoinette. That's excellent. Chocolates for you, Ellie. The best words of wisdom reader in the business. Now I want to know the backstory. Elon Antoinette, indeed. Brain fog. No, not new. Social Security screws up all the time. Paperwork don't get done. Boom, shut off. Can't get a hold of client. Boom, shut off. Any and every reason to stop. Boom, stop Benny's. Interesting. But easy to get turned back on is Social Security as well. Okay. Well, let's hope that this is one of those cases. So, in this video, she talks about how haute couture became why the French, what was in French culture that it maintained its handmade specialty market of fashion. And basically, it has to do with France's socialist roots. It's very interesting. I think you'd like it, Sophia. Take a watch and let me know. You got high. Cottonmouth sucks. Where did I put my glass of water? Really high. Fab Daddy, I tell you, this pre-roll we smoked today, my mouth got dry and it still just tasted like butter. It was the smoothest thing I have ever smoked. Although I am told that a Puffco Peak makes better dabs. So there you go. I said it was the nicest thing I've ever smoked, and I was informed that a Puffco Peak might be nicer. Yeah, let me know what you think. I thought it was an interesting an interesting angle to the history. especially with this timing. France is the nation of De Gaulle and Leon Bloom. It's the perfect balance for you. Yes, see, Adam, you need to have a balance. In a weird way, you can't. Glad you can't do anything. How so, brain fog? Tell me more. Oh, I needed to check something. And I see Kristen is sending me emails for the meaning of interesting. I love it, Aunt Kristen. It's very, very appropriate. You smoke out of a resin-filled corncob pipe. You like the nasty. Oh my goodness, Fab Daddy. I mean, I'm not arguing with the nasty, sweetie. I just haven't smoked something that nice before. So I like to at least experience the nice end of things on occasion. Oh, if you can't do anything, you won't miss it when it's gone. There you go, brain fog. France is an interesting country for sure. Little bit country, a little bit rock and roll. I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll. You remember that, Adam? I loved the Donnie and Marie show. I loved the Donnie and Marie show. I thought they were just everything. I watched with rapt attention. Dab dab do. Resin dabs out of the Puffco Peak are apparently some of the best things on the planet. So there you go. Donnie and Marie Osmond. Boy, oh boy, I haven't thought about that one in a bazillion years. A little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll. Part of your family is actually from France somehow. Great grandma's pre-Germanized name was Dion. Interesting. Marie did a great cover of Another One Bites the Dust. Did she really? Hold on. Exactly, brain fog. Exactly. Between 8 and 12 years old, they were, oh my God. Donnie and Marie were cool. Leif Garrett, I thought Leif Garrett was all that. Scott Baio. Except he turned to be out such an awful person. But boy, did I think he was cute. Chachi. Chachi was all of that. Hold on, I got an interesting text from the child. Christy McNichols. Carrie loves Chachi. Yes, I did. I thought Chachi was just the cutest. Little Jimmy. Really? Christy McNichol was pretty cute. She was pretty cute. She's pretty wholesome, Fab Daddy. She's not like Farrah or Cheryl Tiegs or any of those other cover girls. Christy McNichol's pretty wholesome. I like that choice. Who else, you guys? Who was your childhood crush? I was a huge Carol Burnett fan, especially like the later seasons where she emerged from this ice palace mirrored background. Yes, Carol Burnett was amazing. Did you like Adam? Did you like the Sonny and Cher show? People with French names Germanized them in the 18th century for political reasons. Political reasons. I can talk. Prussia and France couldn't stand each other and fought over everything. Yes. And as nationalism was becoming a thing, it became more and more important to do so. Nationalism is the bane of our existence, but I expect if we didn't have this one, we would have another one. Scully of X Files and the counselor on Star Trek Next Generation. Sweet, Kristen. Rona Roberts' daughter, actually, your childhood crush. Now, I don't know who that is, Sophia. Farrah, you liked at age 13, had the poster. Okay, Fab Daddy. Deborah Winger did not make a bad Wonder Woman. Andy Gibb. Andy Gibb was cute. Andy Gibb was cute. I loved Grease. I loved Grease. Nietzsche never liked being German. He always claimed to be descended from the Polish aristocracy. Interesting. Mm. Karen Carpenter. Nice, Nebulous. Karen Carpenter, amazingly talented. Amazingly talented woman. Very, very. Just a terrible tragedy, her passing. So many people lost so early. Sally Field after the Bandit. Yeah, she was so cute and Smokey and the Bandit. Oh. From Pippi Longstocking. I loved Pippi Longstocking as a younger child. I thought she was a lot of fun. I remember her. There is a definite Swedish part of my family. Got that enough Swedish aspect that I got some Pippi Longstocking. Ted the bartender from the Love Boat. Aw, that's so sweet, brain fog. You were watching all of this from the 80s. You didn't experience it real time in the 70s. You are a little younger, aren't you, Adam? Isaac, yes. Isaac. Ted was the purser, who I always thought was a little bit creepy. Did you guys think that the purser, the Ted got the purser was a little bit creepy? Pippi Longstocking isn't her only book. I was always more interested in her other stories, particularly Ronya, Robber's daughter. Okay. More things to write down. One scene in Purple Rain was pretty dang good. You know, you're talking to a Minneapolis girl, don't you, Adam? Actually, St. Paul, but you know. I grew up on that man. I know how that sounds. That's not what I intended. I just mean I was listening to him when I was growing up. Ronya Robbers' daughter. Jennifer Aniston from the series Quantum Leap. What did she play in Quantum Leap? Really, Adam? They wouldn't give him romantic storylines? Why not? Don't tell me. I mean, I noticed that he never got any Isaac, you mean? You mean Isaac? Isaac the bartender? Ted was a different guy, right? Oh, Ted was the bartender. Isaac Washington played him. Prince was a total hottie, a straight man who could wear makeup and no one cared. Exactly. Prince was amazing. First Avenue. The club's called First Avenue. Oh, it was just one episode she was in? Okay, that makes sense, Fab Daddy. I'm like, what? Wow. Of course they wouldn't. Because the black man needs to be celibate. Oh my goodness. We grew up with little TV, a lot of books, and did sports or music, and we're outside. So it was musicians or characters. Well, I didn't have a crush on, but my heroine was Meg Murray. My childhood heroine was Meg Murray from A Wrinkle in Time. It's my favorite book as a child. Yes, still party like it's 1999. If I get the chance, indeed I do. Didn't know that song was going to age so well, did he? $19.99 and be nice right about now. You were a TV kid, no books? Really, no books, Adam? So who was your favorite, not the one you had a crush on, but who was your favorite character? Which character do you think shaped you the most as a kid? I can believe you were a TV kid, though. Read and watch at the same time. Now you can hit rewind on the TV. It's even better, huh, brain fog? That way, if you actually miss something, you can go back both ways. You don't just have to go back in the book, you can go back. Dusty, sweetie, you didn't win, honey. There's no prizes tonight. Cricket is sick, so there are no prizes tonight. But we are just at the first Minnesota goodbye. No, second Minnesota goodbye. Second Minnesota goodbye. You guys are doing a good job. I didn't know if I could actually go 4 hours and 20 minutes, but I think we might. Knock wood if you find some around you somewhere. You were a Toys R Us kid? What was your favorite toy? Did you like Legos or were you a were you an action figure kid, a GI Joe kid? What did you like, Fab Daddy? We're just vibing. Yeah, I know you guys like the vibe in here. The vibes are good. When we get when we get 1,000 people in the chat someday. someday when we have 1,000 people in the chat. Hopefully the vibes will be this good. You didn't have a favorite character? You watched everything? Adam, you cracked me up. I believe you. I believe you just watched everything and you didn't have any favorite character. You met Cubs champion tonight? That's so great, Dusty. I didn't realize he was in Clearwater. That must have been great. You videotaped the Iran-Contra hearings? Do you still have them, Adam? Never tested Klingons since buying secondhand portable cloaking device. Got some spare peppermint dilithium crystals from off the internet, but they really sucked. I've heard that one before, Nebulous. G.I. Joe, Herman, guys. I almost bought a ton of toy guns last week. What? Lawn darts and real pop guns with black powder. Lawn darts. We actually came across recently a set of lawn darts. Lawn darts are the greatest game. Such an incredibly fun game. It is unfortunate that they are so dangerous. I love lawn darts. Real pop guns with black powder. I used to love cap guns. So much fun. Taped the Iran. You do have them. Oh, sweetie. Those would be a kick and a half to watch. Those would be a kick and a half to watch. Have you watched them? You I mean, I wonder if somebody's probably got them already on the internet, remastered and everything. Lawn darts, yeah, lawn darts are dangerous as hell. Yes, they're terrifying. They're terrifying. Your mom actually made us bows as kids? Nice. You mean, for a minute I thought you meant like hair bows, but you meant bows and arrows. That's so cool, Sophia. Really working bows with like, I mean, lawn darts are really dangerous. Bows and arrows, kids playing bows and arrows with made stuff, maybe. We played throw darts at each other. I was in a garage roof, age 5, got a dart to the temple. Oh my God, Kristen. Wrist rocket slingshots. Oh my goodness, Kristen. Yeah, I know. They're dangerous as hell. You remember seeing Flash Gordon in Mexico? Why does Mexico have to do with it? Or were you just there? I think there's more context for Flash Gordon in Mexico. You were held for smuggling toy cap guns at the Berlin airport once. They never forget a misdemeanor. Actual sharp weapons. Yeah. Okay. I do think it also has to do with the amount of respect and training. In some cultures, young children are using knives at a very young age. It has to do with culture and skill and caution and respect and all of those things. So you were probably acclimated to those weapons and knew to be careful. When you were a bit older, you also taped Prime Minister's questions on C-SPAN. Adam, you were an invertebrate geek, weren't you? You just came out this way. I mean, you do have a point, Kristen. It hadn't that question had not yet occurred to me. But it is a good question. Cousin had a big, big lawn in her backyard. Bows and arrows, cap guns, lawn darts, throwing stars. Yo, Jiminy Christmas brain fog. We were visiting in Mexico, so I watched in a Mexican theater. I remember they let us play near the screen during intermission. Wow, Adam. Very interesting. We also had a dartboard in the house where your brother and I had to announce that we were throwing, and we handled knives and we were trained. Yes, exactly, Sophia. I think any tool can be dangerous, and any tool is a tool. You teach your children to use knives, and children use knives responsibly. They live in a place, they are dangerous weapons. So it is possible to coexist and use dangerous weapons safely. I had to pull it out of my boyfriend. It went through his shirt. Oh my goodness. Why did you have a boyfriend? Wow. Yeah, lawn darts are really dangerous. Lawn darts hella dangerous. I tons of throwing stars in ninja magazines. Yeah, Adam. Did you guys see the new Karate Kid that's coming out with Ralph Macchio? There is a new Karate Kid with Ralph Macchio coming out. So that should be interesting. I watched a new show with we were told that if you hurt each other, they'd be taken away. Yes. When you were young, you had multiple personalities. Somehow I believe you that too, Adam. You want throwing stars right now? Don't mix weed killer with granulated sugar. It's rather explosive. Yes. Gutted fish ourselves, cut food. My brother showed the adults how to take apart a weapon before we hit double digits. We learned to navigate it safely. Yes, Sophia. And still, we taught I taught my children how to handle knives safely, and we still ended up going into the emergency room to get a wound stitched up. On the other hand, I handle knives safely. and I've needed to be stitched up for a knife wound. It happens. It's just that the accidents can be explosively more difficult, right? And so you need to make the severity and the importance and the gravity of the situation clear to children who don't always have all the parts of their brains working properly. So teaching the right balance is is a balance. Teaching the right balance is a balance. Yes, emergency room visits are a part of life. Exactly. Mistakes happen, people get hurt. Now you're almost you're almost sounding like one of those red-blooded Americans, Sophia. Emergency room visits are a part of life. I mean, I've hurt myself without a knife too. Lawn darts got us all excited, didn't they? That was quite a conversation. They are a lot of fun. They are so much fun. Usually ended up there because you jumped off something, not because of the knives. The jumping off of things, huh? 6 months in an isolation room in the hospital due to third-degree burns kind of does teach you not to play with fire. Yes, it does. Sometimes, my dad tells the story about when I was a little girl. And I would lean back in my chair and tilt my chair backwards. And he would always worry that I was going to make myself fall. And finally, one day he realized that he was keeping me from falling. So I was never experiencing a problem because I was never falling. So I was never experiencing the problem. And so he let me fall. Now, I don't remember being let fall, so it obviously did not have. Hey, Shaquille, how are you? It obviously did not have a traumatic effect. I'm sure he caught me and I wasn't hurt badly. You put a hand scythe into your hand and it was rusty and I had to hold the weeds to cut them, swung it to my, oh my goodness, Fab Daddy. You're still usually muddy if you get the chance, and like your safer adrenaline. Yeah, safer adrenaline rushes are nice, Sophia. A hand scythe into your hand. Ouch. I am good, Shaquille. I am good. It is nice to see you. I am getting tired. We're coming up on 4 hours. Childhood was basically a Jerry Lewis bit waiting to happen. You were a bit of a klutz, Adam. I was a klutz. I just didn't end up. I just didn't end up. I didn't end up in the emergency room too often. I was too timid. I was a pretty timid kid. I'm still actually pretty timid. Actually. So what's new with you, Shaquille? Oh, guys, next week. Damn, we had a book we were going to read. Let me hold on. So, the book we're going to read for book club that we're talking about next week is the book about William S. Burroughs and Scientology. You were a klutz and you didn't know it? Yeah, I was a klutz and didn't know it. Scars and the stories, all of us with the injuries. Indeed. So that is the book that we were going to read for April Book Club. We're all Jerry Lewis, but sometimes Dean Martin. Oh, Dino. Oh, Dino, Dino. Dean Martin was the smooth one, was he not? I never understood when I was a kid. I never understood Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin. It didn't make any sense to me. Makes sense to me now. The only bad scars are the ones that don't come from an epic story. There you go, Sophia. You're just all fab, Daddy? I believe that. I believe you're all fab. That one hit a nerve. I meant the drag, not any of you. More like Laurel and Hardy. I like Laurel and Hardy. And Abbott and Costello. Dean was pretty fab. Yeah, Dina was pretty fab. Laurel and Hardy were lovely. I really enjoyed them. That was the only slapstick comedy I really enjoyed. I never got the Marx Brothers. Your gallbladder and hernia scars and all the ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I've got some scars that we won't discuss. My son says my eldest, my firstborn was cesarean, so he says he was extracted. He was excised like a tumor. I loved Who's on First when I was little. Let's just say our parents weren't particularly bored with us and had a great sense of humor. Hold on a second, guys. Scotch. Can you guys hear him? He is meowing so loudly. Meow. What are you crying about? Okay, now you're done. You're an extraction baby too? Symmetrical head? Yes. Symmetrical head indeed. Back in your day, you used to watch Groucho because that was the style back then? Yeah, I just didn't get it. Love to you too, Shaquille. Love to you too. So yeah, he says he was extracted like a tumor. But that does leave a scar. That one leaves a scar. The other one leaves a scar too, actually. Whatever way the baby is coming out, you're likely to have some sort of scar. If you don't have a scar, if you come out of that unscathed, you are lucky. Extraction baby too. I never really thought anybody else would have expressed it that way, Bill, but I see now that I was naive to think that my son would be the only one to come up with such a terminology. We are getting perilously close to the 420 mark. It is officially third Minnesota goodbye territory. It is 4:05, Fab Daddy. Exactly, Sophia. He's not wrong. That's why it's so funny. I only got 3 cracked ribs from slamming into a 16-wheeled low loader at 80 miles an hour in a transit van. Oh my goodness, Nebulous. That's unscathed. Amazing. Parasite's got to be a different species? Who says? Is that in the definition of parasite? I mean, excise like a tumor. Babies are like a parasite. They behave like a parasite. They certainly behave like a parasite. They will kill the host. Groucho was in Calvert with Truman Capote, and Truman looked supremely irritated. I can't see the intersection between Truman Capote and Groucho. Cavett. That makes more sense. Groucho was on Cavett with Truman Capote, and Capote seems supremely irritated. That has to be something to watch. You tried to kill your mom, but she wouldn't have it. I hear you. You only know that from bringing pro-life and pro-abortion abolitionists last month. Interesting, Kristen. So in December, are you going to do a 12, 25-minute show? Maybe, Fab Daddy. I could do that on Christmas. I'm kind of annoyed at your most recent surgery. I probably broke a bone and it's a lame story. Which bone did you break? Because you kind of made your own joke there. Lyme disease comes from the smallest tick. Be careful when out in the wild. Yes. Yes, Nebulous. Fab Daddy, if y'all want me to do a 1225 show in December, I'd be happy to do that. There's a difference between a parasite and a parasitic relationship. Good call out, Sophia. That's what I'm saying. It behaves like a parasite. It will kill the host. Oh, so you did make a joke. Because it's a lame story. You did make a joke. It did fly by, didn't it, Adam? It did fly by. I believe last time it flew by as well. That is the question on the table at this point, apparently, Fab Daddy. I don't know how long I can go. I'm not going to find out tonight, though. We will have to do that at a future date. You just got parasite and baby on the brain? Yep. They do behave like little parasites. They will kill the host if necessary. Not that it does them any good. It's a really bad idea. Parasitic children, Kobilf will be returning to the ancestral homeland at the end of May. Calmagbender to commence forthwith. Now, I am curious why Calmagbender if you're returning to the ancestral homeland. I'm not sure how the two correlate, Bill. I am curious. Ow! I hate stubbing my toe like that. I feel for you, Sophia. Oh, Adam, I would love more Orion pictures, sweetie. It's very thoughtful of you. It's very thoughtful of you. Where is he? Do you guys want to see Orion? It's almost time to go. Let's page that little pup yours. Hold on a second. Shaquille, see you later. Adam is near there, and we are the witnesses of the CalMag apocalypse foretold in Revelation. Oh my goodness. Here. Everybody wants to see you. Hi. Yes. Adam says you're yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi. No, you don't need to. Do you need to? You must need to. Okay, you can stop now. Thank you. There he is. Say hi to everybody. Oh, no. They want you to say hi. Come here. Yeah, look at no. Not licking my face. Not licking my face. Carrie Ann is coming. Probably not, Fab Daddy. That is not happening. Little toes are important. Let's not neglect them. Exactly. I still got up the stones, but I felt them swelling up. It was mildly painful. Good thing I have a high pain tolerance. Yes. Calcium, magnesium, honey. CalMag is calcium, magnesium pills. It is Cutie Paw. How you doing there, buddy? Everybody wants to see you. There he is. Yeah. Someday we'll have a big fancy studio and you can have your own Orion cam. What do you think? Yeah. Yeah. Someday. 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 Okay. Stop. Thank you. Stop. That's a good boy. Time for some makeup. Yes. Happy 420, everyone. Thank you, Fab Daddy. Enjoy your movies. Did you watch anything good? Did you watch anything good? 5 more minutes, guys, and we will make it. 5 more minutes and we will make it. Oh, the new show I watched, Totally Spaced, with Kate Hudson, is called Running Point. And it was it was it was sort of interesting. There's some movies I want to watch, but they're like 2-hour movies. Guys, I'm really going to be glad to be done with school. He always kind of looks like that's what he looks like when he's watch The Brutalist, Baby Girl, The Electric State, you watched a lot of movies. I will have to write them down. Thank you, Fab Daddy. Do you recommend them? Were they any good? Don't let me keep you. Ryan is white knuckling it. A little bit. A little bit. He's white knuckling the not licking. That's what's going on. He's giving you shade because we're not licking. See, now we're back to the licking. Hi, Bubba. Okay, here we go. They were all decent. Okay, I will write them down. Excellent. Thank you, Fab Daddy. Okay, guys. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! He's got a lickle problem. Yay, guys, we did it. Can you believe it? 4 hours and 20 minutes. I can't believe y'all wanted to spend that much time with me. That is amazing. Oh, Kristen, I didn't see your comment. I got to watch some Jesus movie on Amazon Prime. Your buddy says it's worth it, but he never suggests a good movie or game. What Jesus movie? Which Jesus movie, Kristen? We did make it. We did make it. I can't believe you guys spent all this time with me. Thank you. This was a lot of fun. It's been a long day, but a good day. And I've got leftover Indian food for dinner. Even better. Even better. Hey, Lori. I know you've been lurking in there. We did finish the marathon. It's gone lovely. Orion was nice and quiet and behaved. Oh, you learned a lot? That's cool, brain fog. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. It just seems like a long time to hang out. It's not often I host a 4 hour and 20-minute salon talking about nothing. Not Passion of the Christ. I think it's new. You asked him for his name just now in case I can't find it. Got it, Kristen. Happy 420, everybody. Thank you for coming to my party. Thank you for indulging me in playing hostess for such a long time. That Indian food is surely calling my name, though. So I'm going to say thanks, y'all. Much hugs. Take care. Have an amazing rest of your week. I hope to see you Wednesday night. And hugs until then.